All right. Good morning, guys. Quick sound check. Let me know if you can hear me. Happy Wednesday. Yep. I'm pushing all sorts of buttons. I don't know what they're doing. There we go. You got the top one account set up from yesterday? Nice. Sweet. What's up, Brett? What's up, Tyler? Oh, let's see. Get everything kind of queued up here. Finish up my bacon, and then we'll take a look at what we got to work with today. Today might honestly be the slowest day of the week so far, or it could get really, really spicy if we end up rejecting a particular area. Let's see, I'll do that. If anybody has any symbols, any tickers you want me to take a look at, feel free to go ahead and drop them in the chat. The Dow is just on an absolute freaking tear. The important level in there is 48,155, and we're already testing into that in pre-market session here. Oh, the preliminary vote for, you talking about the government shutdown? I thought they said that was solved, like the other day. Didn't they get the votes? I'm honestly kind of curious, like, and I mean, this obviously is a kind of a bad perspective on it, right? But outside of like air traffic controllers and some things like that, I don't really know, which that really didn't even impact me either. I don't really know unless I was told, I wouldn't know that the government shut down. You know what I mean? Like, if you're not, I don't know if Section 8 payments went out. Obviously, the SNAP EBT stuff was a big thing because that wasn't going out. I don't know if like disability, Medicare, Medicaid, all that stuff, I don't know if any of that stuff went out. But like, unless you're on any of those things, I wouldn't, like from a day-to-day life perspective, like going out or whatever the case is, I don't know that I would know that the government's necessarily shut down. Like even the people that I know that like work at the VA and stuff like that, they're still deemed essential. They're still getting paid. I know obviously it's been tough for some people, but you're trying to get an EIN. You should just be able to do that on the whatever state website or IRS website. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. We got passports for the baby for the trip we just took back in like, I think we did it in July. They were here in like less than 3 weeks. And they were like, oh yeah, lead time's like 4 to 6 weeks. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Like, we can work with that. But I was kind of surprised, honestly. Nice, good work, Jason. The kids' passports actually came back quicker than Emily's. We had to do a renewal on hers. Mine was still good for another couple of years. Well, we did brand new ones on the boys, and theirs actually came in quicker than the renewal, which I thought was kind of funny. All right, we're finishing up this bacon. Maybe that's the secret. Just 3 days in a row I've had bacon. And either Emily or Jackson has like brought it up to me. Maybe that's what we got to do now. All right, let's take a look at some charts and kind of see what we got working with for today and some thoughts here. So, first things first, take a look at the economic calendar for today. It's pretty empty. We've got a couple people speaking. Some FOMC guys speaking, starting at like 10 o'clock all the way through essentially 4 o'clock. Looks like it's kind of some of the same people over and over. Williams, Paulson, maybe not. A couple different random guys. I have no idea how many people are on the Fed, but there's at least 3, 4, 5, 6 of them set to speak today. So there's nothing from that front, from a economic calendar front standpoint. In terms of volume this morning, we're sitting at about 149,000 contracts. So we're kind of right in the wheelhouse there. I would prefer to have seen a little bit more. We've got about a 32-point range so far in the S&Ps, and about a 200-point range in the NASDAQ here. Lows down in the 629s, highs up in the 830s. The S&Ps are probably well, hold on before I go there. If we take a look at percentage change, S&P is up 0.32, NASDAQ up 0.56, Russell up 0.26, and Dow up 0.25. But when we look at this, we're kind of already cleared the important things that we needed to clear here for the S&Ps. So, I mean, at this point, we really only have, the 69.44.50s above, which gives us, about 50 points from here. And if we take that into consideration with kind of where the Dow is at the moment, which essentially is at the 48,155s, that's basically the same level for the S&Ps as that 69.44s. So I do think there is room to the upside. The one that has kind of lagged a little bit this week is the NASDAQ. Now, granted, it's had a nice move, but it still needs to push up, I think, into kind of this 25,900s up here, which we've yet to do. So we're at 789s, highs are 830s. If we can pull back maybe in towards like 760s, give or take, I'd be a little bit more open to doing something there. Realistically, if we could maybe even pull down to 720s, I wouldn't be opposed to that all that much, and basically do something similar to yesterday, get the divergence, do whatever, and then from there start working into an uptrend, and we can look at longs from there. It gives us a much better risk-reward ratio given what the stop most likely is going to be in order for us to get to 25,900s. So that's why I would prefer a little bit of a deeper pullback. Yeah, I think that would be the thing in there. If we do try to go higher first and then lower, I'll be less interested in the idea for longs after that. I think that's a kind of a problem. And the Russell here, 2474, it didn't really do as well yesterday as I kind of expected or thought it should. It definitely held the 5290s down here. You can see, essentially we spent a lot of time down there, almost 3 hours yesterday, with some decent bounces off of it, but we really didn't get like we really didn't get moving from it. So I'm a little bit cautious on longs in there today overall, just based on the way in which it was acting from yesterday. And that same kind of thing with the NASDAQ, that applies to the S&Ps here as well. Like if we do kind of get a little shimmy to the downside, then I'm open to longs in there, of course, as well. In terms of the Dow has that main level there at 48,155s, which we're currently, about 10 points above. If we do open above that, pull back and test it, then I'd be interested in longs. A failure from up here would not be the greatest thing in the world. Anything kind of like under 48,120s or so would essentially kind of negate that idea first thing. And the risk reward is also not great. Like the all-time highs are 48,214s, and that really only gives us like 60, 70 points to work with from a target perspective from the 48,155. So you really got to anticipate that we're going to go much higher than that. And with 3 pretty healthy green bars out of the lows so far and a small gap to the upside, it's like, I feel like we might be pressing our luck if we continue to try and press that one today. But if it does show strength, kind of like it did yesterday, and manages to hold this 48,155s a little bit further into the day, we get that divergence maybe with NASDAQ, S&Ps, something else, then I'm open to doing something in there as well. Again, just with the anticipation that's going to run, 200-300 points, right? 1% move here is like 480 points. We're currently at only up 124 points, 0.26%. So could we still run another 300, 250, 350 points? Sure. I'd be open to that. But yeah, and I think the same thing here holds true for NASDAQ is like, and scenario number 2 was if we're going to reverse that entire weekly red bar from last week, right, is that we would need to try and get up through 25,900s. The Dow's basically done that, right? And the S&Ps might do that today if we get up towards 6950s, right? So, or 6944s. So I am certainly open to the idea of those scenario number 2 from the Sunday stock talk, like playing out, and we make that full reversal. So if we do get a NASDAQ entry, yes, I'm probably going to take some profits at 25,900s, but I kind of want to hold some just in the event that we do get through it, because there's nothing until like 26,000 and change. There's like another 150 points we can run, and then another like 400 points on top of that to like 26,298s, right? For us to hit essentially the same place in which the Dow is currently trading at. So if that goes crazy, I would be very much, I would very much enjoy that to happen today if I can get a position, and then just let it work, right? And ideally not try and choke it out, not try and do anything foolish with it there. So anyway, that's my game plan at the moment. We got a couple things that are moving, like AMD and stuff. I still, and honestly, you look at AMD and you look at the chart from yesterday, and it's like, okay, we traded from 236s to 248s, and then right back down in like a span of 20 minutes. And I want no parts of that. So individual names have been, as Bobby Boucher would say, Mama said individual names have been the devil. I have not been a fan lately. We got about 10 seconds till the bell here. Dow's kind of dipping back under that 48,155s now. Damn, that shit's loud again. Dow dips down under and then immediately rockets through, pushes through those overnight highs there as well. Yeah, I'm open to S&P's holding here. Like I said, I think we need a little bit more of a pullback in NASDAQ so far. A 30-second delay. There's no way it's 30 seconds. It was only like a few seconds yesterday. Okay, 10 seconds. I think 10 seconds we can kind of work with. Maybe we can try and get it a little bit lower than that. A pretty hard push down so far. I don't love the fact that NASDAQ gets mollywopped to the downside and the Dow just goes straight up, 100 and whatever it is at this point. It's kind of not really the plan. The Dow move is nuts. We literally pull back right before the open, just for a small little dip under that 48 155s, and then absolutely rocket through it, which was not part of the plan. That was not the way in which you would want to see that kind of unfold. Same thing out of the Russell too. Russell getting a nice move. 12-point range so far. It seems a little suspect, a little scary at the moment with his NASDAQ pullback. But if we can kind of pop up here, maybe back up towards those 720, 730s, and then come back down, make new lows. Maybe it's in S&Ps, maybe it's in NASDAQ, something, and create a little bit of a divergence, then I'm open to longs in there. We're getting a little bit of selling out of Apple there, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Google hard bar actually to the downside there. It'd be super easy if we were long the Dow. And I guess to some degree, both yesterday and Monday, the last 2 days, we've pulled back a little bit further than I expected on NASDAQ. So I guess I shouldn't necessarily be too surprised. We did, however, just not make that pullback or not make new lows just now on the S&Ps, while NASDAQ is getting a little bit more pullback. It's very minute at the moment. 82 quarters, we're holding up about 84 50s at the moment. I kind of want to. I'm going to try a very, very tiny little grab on S&Ps here. This was kind of that area I was talking about for a pullback in there, and then see if we can't get some type of divergence, which we just technically had in the NASDAQ. We got a little pop under those lows. We kind of started pushing back up through 85s there, and I grabbed some. The stops were down around these lows, 82, so it's about 3 points, give or take. And NASDAQ now has kind of set that little low there, so I'm very much inclined to think that we can essentially hold from here and get back up through opening print, and we'll be good to go for, you know, a nice push. Like I said, there's 69.44s above, so that's kind of what I'm looking at there. We might scalp some of this out on the way up to opening print here. We just traded, what, 90.50s on that push. So opening print would be about 6 points, give or take. You could look to take a little bit off here, like 91s, 91 quarters, something like that coming up into opening print there. It's about 2 Rs, depending on your entry. If you picked it up a little bit later, like 86, 87s, I still think it's a safe trim if we can get there. It's a very, very little minute kind of divergence we were working with there. NASDAQ here still trying to do the thing. I just got filled on a little bit out there at 91s. NASDAQ, I think, wants more downside just yet. The Dow does not care. Honey Badger does not care. That's a crazy statement out of the Dow this past week. My thoughts on GC, though, by the way, I think there's room to 42.52 90s, which is about 110, 112 points from here. I just don't know that it doesn't need 40.52s first, which is about 90 points lower. So I'm kind of stuck on that at the moment, which is unfortunate because I really wanted to be long it this week. Did you refresh your browser? Oh, you know what I bet it is? Click on the link, click on the thing down there at the bottom and push it to live. There should be a little button on YouTube on the browser thing. You might not be fully live. Like next to the sound and all that. If you click on that little button, it should bring you current. Like you might have clicked or like paused it for a second or whatever the case is, that might be the issue. Because I've seen that before too. You always want to make sure you're like current on the live thingy. A decent little move out of S&P so far, though. It did get new highs there, and so far Russell and Dow did, but NASDAQ going to be the laggard. A rejection from those highs and kind of that whole thing would not be the greatest. Although I think what probably happens here because we might see NASDAQ kind of come down for one more new low. I'm just going to mark out this low. Good visual for it. 669s. Damn girl, fine. Let me sock it to you one more time. Definitely not the right numbers, but all right, there's NASDAQ new low. NASDAQ is very much against the idea of this rally so far this morning. If we can stop the bleeding here, then I think we'll be okay. The Dow is not pulling back at all. Small red bar so far. Doesn't seem to care one bit what the NASDAQ's doing. Outside of Google, I don't see what's getting absolutely wrecked in the NASDAQ. Unless there's something I'm missing somewhere. I'd like to see NASDAQ kind of push back up through these 69s here. Another new low in there. NASDAQ isn't giving us the thing in which we want to see yet. If that can bottom, then I think we've got the ripper on our hands. I would just very much enjoy that to finally bottom. S&Ps are holding pretty steady though. Or at least holding those lows. This would be the area. If we can hold, then we'll be fine. We're too far. I can't buy Dow or any of that stuff at the moment. I'm half tempted to try a little NASDAQ long here and give it the low, but I don't really think we have any kind of technical like confirmation or trigger or anything like that just yet. It would be more of a feeling area. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but we really got to get back up through these 69s there. If not, we might be looking for a little bit lower here still. Oh, NASDAQ. I want to push the button so bad, but at the same time, like, we legitimately could come back to 630s, which is those overnight lows. And I kind of want to take S&Ps off here for a small loser on this back piece, but I'm trying to give it the low. I feel like we could have made the day really simple by longing the Dow, but it just gapped slightly under the level, which is super unfortunate. That one little detail kind of screwed the whole thing up there. Don't trust a hoe. NASDAQ made new lows there again, 2-minute chart. 637s. S&Ps here. S&Ps I like. It's just NASDAQ still. Russell's making new highs here. Dow kind of wants to follow that. It looks like we just can't get the S&Ps and NASDAQ to get moving. S&Ps are holding, which is a good thing. NASDAQ, on the other hand, is not, though. So that is the problem child for today. And again, I mean, we said this in the pre-market, right? NASDAQ has been pulling back further than I've expected it to essentially every day this week. Oh. Well, I had to close the S&Ps there. That's not cool. We just blew right down through those lows. Look at the lack of care out of the Dow, though. Like how NASDAQ has pulled back a total of about 191 points so far. And we're kind of starting to skip down a little bit in the NASDAQ. It's an interesting position to be in. Oh, spike was aggressive, though. Meta ugly. Yeah, it's tough for me to want to short this, though. I mean, unless we get under 480s, then it's like, okay, now it's fair game for shorts. But like to assume that we're going to gap up like that and then fail, given the strength and everything, like that's a tough play from initially in the morning, right? Do I think it comes down to 483s? It certainly could. I mean, it's only 100 points away at this like moment in time, which we can essentially do in the matter of a few minutes. I'm kind of the thinking that it doesn't do that, just purely based on the Dow and the Russell, but I mean, think about it. We got Dow up 0.82% at the moment, which again, we were looking at like, hey, if it goes up 1%, you know, from 48 155s, like it gives us plenty of room to work with. We've essentially now done that. Meanwhile, NASDAQ's actually down 0.25% on the day. So we've seen like a 1% flip kind of across the board between those pairs within the first 20 minutes of the day so far. We got a good number in here. By the way, I appreciate you guys tuning in and joining me today on the live stream. And before that, I think we can do a little something. Yeah, the Dow just continues to run. I don't I don't know what we can do with that. Like, unfortunately, at this point. I mean, I'm still gonna use the normal divergence and everything like that. Um, and I'm still open to longs here. I think that given the strength in the Russell and the Dow, that most likely S&Ps and Nasdaq end up kind of pulling back higher with that. Um, I'm just not going to blindly buy the downtrend at this point. Like, I want something a little bit extra here. Like, I want to see the divergence. I want to see some type of trend flip, et cetera, whatever the case is, right? We don't have a level here in the S&Ps. Well, the only level we have is 68.36.50 is below, and then those 69.44.50 is above. Nasdaq kind of acting like it's trying to hold here. All right, let's do a sweet. I just dropped a giveaway in the chat there. If you guys want to do exclamation raffle in the chat, it'll get you entered for a free eval account there from Top One. 15-minute timer. 15-minute timer. And we're going to wait on these S&Ps and NASDAQ to see if they can't find a little bit of a bottom here. If we can rally up, kind of pull back a little bit, maybe set a little higher low, maybe it'll set a divergence one more time, which we technically don't have any triggers on that so far this morning. Then I will be open to kind of re-entering and doing something there. Oh, you were in the S&P shorts at 84.50. You faded me. Faded me. Look at, see, what is that nonsense out of Google just now? Like, Nvidia does the same, like, we spike to, there's no way. Like, I don't understand that. Like, look at this. What is that? Like, hello? What are we supposed to do with that? I don't. Just you buying the dip. What's up, Abe? How you been, man? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know exactly what to make of some of that action. Just some weird action in general we've seen. Yeah, I use Thinkorswim. That's the charting that you can see right now on screen. Nasdaq making new lows here. 67 quarters, 63 quarters. S&P's trying to maybe hold again. Nasdaq maybe going to try and hold. If this turns into a low here for Nasdaq, like I said, if we can flip the trend, then I'll be interested in something again. Which realistically, we probably need to push up through like 615s and all that we just kind of traded up towards and then came down here. If we can do that, then I think there's something worth maybe looking at. Otherwise, we're just essentially just buying this downtrend and not necessarily something I want to do. At the same time, when does Dow stop and give us something else to do besides watch it go higher? Like at least it's up 1% now, so we did hit the objective there. Does it go up 2%? Like, is there another 400 points in that thing today? It's crazy. Yo, that's all right, dude. Hopefully, good travel. Travel for mostly work or just for you get a little pleasure in there as well? You said Dow to 46 680s. Like you think we're reversing 2,000 points? I don't think that's not necessarily in my thought process today for it, but part of me wants to put a little bit of Nasdaq on just on the dare it to go lower kind of chance here, but again, I still think that safer, better option, if you will, is let it get the trend flip here. It's essentially the same thing we've done the last couple days, allowed that to happen, and then stepped in to do something with it. So I'm going to still kind of stick to that idea here and let that be the driver. Maybe I should have bought some. This Dow move is crazy. 48 680s. Okay. That's what I figured you meant. I just wasn't sure. There's 14 people that entered the giveaway so far. There's 47 of y'all watching. Y'all don't want free evals or what? I don't understand. Exclamation raffle in the chat, and it enters you automatically. Like that's literally all you got to do. 7 little types on the keystrokes. He said, "Don't nobody enter." Increase those odds of winning. I mean, I respect the idea of that. NASDAQ for the first time today, and I might jinx it here, trying to maybe kind of break the trend a little bit here. We're getting our first little semblance of maybe doing so. Oh, you a nice guy. You a nice guy, Jeeve. Said he didn't want to participate, so others had a chance. Make 15 different YouTube channels. Hey, if you want to make 15 different YouTube channels and watch me from 15 different channels, make sure you like and comment and subscribe from all of them. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, I guess, right? All right. This is the tough part right here is we're now getting... I haven't taken a trade in my top one just yet either. Well, this is the tough part right here is we're maybe trying to break that, but at the same time, we're now getting a little weakness in Russell and Dow. I'm not super interested in trying to short this, obviously, but we need a little bit more, something else in order to look for those longs just yet. All right, 4 minutes and 3 seconds left on that. I think what I'm going to do here, I'm going to let NASDAQ try and get this rally. And if we can rally kind of, like I said, we needed to kind of break the 615s here. If we can kind of rally up towards 650s, those 669s, whatever the case is up there, and then try and roll over from there, and then essentially fail that rollover, then I'll be much more inclined, much more interested in longs from there. I, however, am more so, I think, interested at the moment in S&Ps. S&Ps, I think, have a really solid little divergence down here. We did make these lows, when everything else did, right? Or I say everything else when the NASDAQ did. But there are signals in place here on a 5-minute chart. Down there into those lows. 68.74s, we traded 73.75s. Yeah, those were 74 quarters. So we broke it by 2 ticks there. So I am a little bit more interested in that. But again, kind of same thing. I want to see it essentially try to fail on this pullback that we're like currently trying to do, right? I want to see that. It'd be okay if it got new lows, but I would prefer that it didn't. If anything, to get the divergence, I would and get new lows, I would kind of want / expect it to be the NASDAQ here. Holy shit, my family is blowing up this text message thread. Oh, yay. We're doing Christmas here. Nobody kind of told me when you buy the bigger house that then somehow you get like roped into being the person that hosts all the things. Nobody gave me that warning. Yeah. You'll be all right. All right, nice little push out of NASDAQ there. S&P is kind of doing the same thing there, maybe trying to get through that red bar. Yo, so I was talking about that. So we got Friendsgiving this weekend. I was literally just talking with Emily about this morning, and it kind of got me excited and slightly hungry. I think I'm going to switch it up this year. I think I'm going to do chili. Like, we're going to do a turkey too, of course, just because it's the like one and only time of year where we eat turkey outside of like on sandwiches and like lunch meat and shit. But like, I think I'm going to do a chili. That was my conclusion yesterday, and then I slept on it, and I was like, yeah, chili sounds good. So we're hosting Thanksgiving and Christmas, unfortunately. Yeah, so I had some chili. For whatever reason, I've been having chili at the hotels that we've been hitting up lately, and like I had some chili. Well, yeah, I had some chili. What, 2 weeks ago when we were getting ready to fly out, and it was bison. Yeah, it was bison chili. Dude, it was phenomenal with a jalapeno cornbread. Mm, it was great. So I was like looking up a whole bunch of different meats. So like I might throw in. I've got some like ground like Kobe Wagyu beef that I might do. It's obviously going to be a little bit lean. If I throw in some venison or elk with it. So I think I might just do a mixture. I might like, oh, and the other idea too, which I've never done this before, but I'm going to try it. In addition to whatever ground beef, so we might do a mixture of like a Kobe Wagyu beef. I have some elk and I have some venison, which will give it that little gamey flavor. And then I was thinking about adding some bison, so we'll do like kind of half red meat, half some type of game, elk, venison, whatever. And then I was gonna dice up some small, almost like bacon crumbs, and throw that in there as well, so we get the fat. So I don't know. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards. That's my thought process at the moment. And then someone dropped the idea I saw online. I don't remember who it was, some random video I was watching. Just because it's like that time of year, you're starting to see people use a slow cooker and everything, and crock pot. They drop cacao powder, like basically chocolate powder, in their chili. And I was like, that's interesting. Apparently it gives it like, you don't taste the sweetness obviously, but it like apparently brings out like a real deep flavor in everything else. So I'm like, okay, we might give that a little try too. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'll keep you guys updated though. But yeah, I agree. Anything bison is fantastic. Smoke the meat over the chili pot. Okay. Oh, I saw cinnamon too. I did see cinnamon as well. You threw a steer in the freezer. Nice. The only problem with like, and I've done that before, where you get the whole, you either do like a quarter, a half, or a full, right? The only problem is like a lot of the other cuts. Like I don't necessarily, like I don't really do much with like the chuck roast, and pretty much the only thing I want is the ground beef and the ribeyes, and like Emily will eat the fillets. But like everything else, I don't like. We don't really use. Unless you give me bones. Like I use the bones, obviously, for making pho and things like that. But everything else just kind of, it's like, eh. Not that it's not good. It's just not my favorite thing to cook or eat. You know what I mean? Damn, what a move in gold there just now. What a move in gold. Would I be interested in shorts off of opening print? Um, I mean, so that's the thing is like this is the area, somewhere around 83, 84s, somewhere up here around like 650s for NASDAQ. This would be the area that if we are going to essentially fail and go lower, it's going to be from that area. So kind of, right? It's in the right spot. Like if you do want shorts, like that's the area where we just kind of rejected from. I'm more so interested in the long idea, just purely based on the strength that we have in the Russell, the Dow, even S&Ps. Like I have a problem with shorting this area. If NASDAQ had traded 25,900s and we were rejecting from there, then I would be much more open to the idea if that was to be the case. But no, unless we sell under 480s, I'm not super interested in shorts. And I'll still be a little bit hesitant if Dow is holding up as well as it is. Right? Like that's my biggest piece is we need 25,900s for shorts realistically if we were going to look for them, or under 480s in NASDAQ. S&P is making new lows, NASDAQ not. So we are getting a little bit of a divergence there. We printed 73 quarters. Russell coming back fairly hard. Again, I said this morning, right? I was like, today could either be super clean cut, like straight up does exactly what we think it's going to do, or it could be one of the slower, trickier days that we've had so far this week. And at the moment, that looks to be more of the case here. So again, I'm kind of just sitting back and letting that kind of do its thing. Oh shoot, I forgot to let me close that out. All right, let's pick a winner. Yo, that's bullshit. Bro. That is crazy. All right, well, congrats to Derivator. Apparently, he's paying Streamlabs or the giveaway, whatever this is. He's doing something. That's nonsense. No, congrats, dude. Hit me up again, and I'll have him send you over another one. That's crazy. Back to back. Here, we'll run another one just because I think it's cool for you. Not cool for everybody else. Let me see. The S&Ps, everything's starting to make moves. I'm gonna put a small NASDAQ position on here, kind of assuming that we hold this with the S&P divergence. We could wait a couple minutes and let this bar fully form, but I'm kind of okay with it right in through here. This was the thing that we were looking for, was, again, kind of see if we come back down, make new lows, set some divergence, whatever the case is, reject from that 650 area. So I'm going to go about 25-30% size here at the moment, kind of anticipating this 2-minute ultimately holding here. It's about a 20-25 point stop. So you could look to drop it down to micros if necessary. This bar is still not fully formed, but I don't think that we're going to kind of revisit those lows. But yeah, and then I'm also going to keep an eye on the Dow. Like at some point, I'm open to buying a pullback in the Dow, but again, it's also getting super, super lofty on us. So I'm going to let this kind of set and do its thing here for a minute. Dude, you might as well go get a Powerball ticket for sure. I did pick up a Powerball ticket last night, actually. It's like 400 million, I think, is what it's at right now. Stopped by the gas station, grab a drink, and picked up a Powerball ticket. It's just an out-of-the-money lotto. It's like you almost kind of have to. We're going to give this one a little bit longer. We'll make this one like a 30-minute. All right, there we go. We just kicked another one off in there. Exclamation raffle in the chat. We switched it up. We'll do this one on Apex. All right. Russell coming back. Dow getting a decent little pop there. NASDAQ kind of coming back down a little further than I would like it to. Again, we are smaller size on this. I'm not 100% convinced on it at the moment. I really don't like that topping tail. That 5-minute did not form the way in which I thought it was going to. Um, okay. I'm not mad at that now. I'm not mad at that. Those lows are 575s. We pushed a little further than I would have thought there. I'm still okay with it. We're initially right back up to entry here. So I'm going to let this work. Stops are going to go now under 575s. It moved about 5 points through our stop loss. We were kind of keeping an eye on it right there. Like I said, we did go a little bit smaller size, so we had a little bit of wiggle room to kind of work with that. So I'm okay with that. And now we need to see if S&Ps can kind of join the party. Dow's kind of coming back down. It would be ideal if we could see a little bit of a Dow pullback while we see an S&P NASDAQ rally. Like that would be, I think, kind of picture perfect in terms of what it is we would want to see here. Then it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibilities to kind of see this Dow pullback kind of come down to like, 361s here. That I don't think is, I don't think that's out of the realm of possibilities here, which would be kind of perfect, honestly. We might have to wait a little bit on that, but at the moment, we've got a little position going here in NASDAQ. As long as we can hold and kind of reverse this, then I think we'll be good to go. Otherwise, under 575s, I'm going to cut it. It'll be a smaller loss, but we're probably going to have to avoid really doing anything else here for a bit. We're sticking to the game plan. We're following the rules, following the plan, like the whole thing. It's just a matter of whether or not it wants to work. That's going to be the $64,000 question. I'm going to move from the bed down to the floor. Make it so good, I don't want to leave. What's your fantasy? NASDAQ, what's your fantasy? S&P struggling just a touch here. NASDAQ at least holding green bar at the moment. Looks like Dow wants to pull back some more. And NASDAQ looks like it wants to give a little bit of a pop. So if we do see kind of that flip-flop there for a minute, like I said, I'm not going to be upset by it. The one thing in which I will not enjoy, and I think would be a problem for the day, chart structure, everything like that, is if Dow fails, we lose that strength in the Dow, and we get back under like 48, 155s, opening print area, all that, and NASDAQ gets under 480s. That could be a problem. That could be a big problem, actually. S&P's on the other hand just kind of chilling here still. Chilling at lows. What do you guys think? Higher or lower from here? Let's type the word higher or lower in the chat for me. What do you guys think? Higher if we go higher, lower if you think we're going lower. You think higher? I was kind of hoping the majority of you, which so far nobody really seems to care, want to put it in what they're thinking. I want to fade whatever the majority is. Ah, shit. More people saying higher so far. That's not good for me. Yeah, Joe's just playing devil's advocate. Yeah, no, we're in a tricky little spot here. Hence, again, the sizing and everything like that. Everything's in check, so I'm not too concerned by it. I'm trading the plan, the strategy, the same exact thing that's worked the past 2 days. So yeah, we do. We got the first hour coming up here in about 2 minutes. I personally still think we're going to try and rally here and go higher. It would also be kind of surprising if we don't like go back and retest that open for NASDAQ. Like we have overnight highs up there. We have the front run from the other day, 25,900s. Like all those things are there. Like why wouldn't we go back to that area is the question. Russell might give us a divergence though. Russell's kind of weak down here. It's kind of just right above opening print. I'm open to that making new lows, giving us a divergence at some point. Obviously, that's even better if NASDAQ gets up through, like 25,669s. I wanted to say it so bad. Damn girl, fine. 421s. Dow still held that 420. Call me George Foreman because I'm selling everybody grills. Smile for me, Dad. What you looking at? There's a nice little attempt at a rally in the S&Ps there. The Dow's cracking those 420s there for a second. Like I said, I'm still open to Dow kind of pulling back to 361s. If not, Dow's going to probably try and hold right here. Again, don't forget exclamation raffle in the chat, by the way. Doing another, this one's on Apex, so it's a free eval account for any size you want. Which currently they got $40 lifetime PA fees on all accounts, which is crazy. You pass the eval, you pay $40, you're funded. So exclamation raffle. Yeah, it's $40 right now for the. It's normally 85. Yeah, it's normally 85 for the PA fee. Right now it's 40. Do it today. I think the $40 ends today. No bullshit. I actually think it ends today. What you looking at? Want to see my what? YOLO 9 of them right now. 4.5 of them long, 4.5 of them short. I don't know how that works, but I kind of like this little shimmy here in the Dow at the moment. If we aren't going to need the pullback. Got the Iceman Paul Wall. Smile for me, daddy. What you looking at? We got the Russell trying to come down and get those lows. I think that's a real possibility there that we see a divergence out of that. I'm just hanging on to NASDAQ until that happens here at this point. And I kind of think we'll see 361s out of Dow there. So I'm just trying to be super patient here. Gold went crazy. It's still got another 70 points to go here. Silver blew through 5180s at this point now. Kind of an unfortunate miss, but I don't really know that I had a way to play it. That's the problem. I mean, maybe you could argue that. Maybe you could argue that one, but all right, NASDAQ coming down here now. Just that stop loss area here for it. Traded 72s there. Russell's making new lows. A little divergence. I'm giving it just a second here, but we're about to flatten. Unless we hold. I don't think we're going to, but. I needed more of y'all to say we were going lower, because everybody said higher. All right, we're flat. We flat. Well, NASDAQ maybe doesn't want to go get 25,900s, unfortunately. Small loss there in NASDAQ on that move. Russell making new lows. Meta's weak. Meta's big time weak. Apple was and now trying to put in a green bar here. I think we're still gonna have to wait for a we have to wait for a trend of some sort to develop in NASDAQ if we wanted to try longs again, but at this point we're like so close to 483s, it makes it a little bit tough, I think. And we really haven't, outside of a small rally earlier, we really haven't been able to make anything happen today to the upside for the NASDAQ. Like legitimately, what, 60, 70 points is the rally that we've been able to kind of muster up. So I'd like to sit and be patient for a couple minutes and just let this kind of develop and see. Again, there's unfortunately nothing we can really do until under 480s or we flip trend, which at this point would mean that we need about 100 points here back up over like 660s for NASDAQ. So I think we sit and wait. It's either that or we look at buying the Dow. This is the pullback on the Dow. If we're trying to think that this goes back to highs on the day and continues to push. Watch this be lows for NASDAQ. Just keep on moving now. Keep on moving now. Are you kidding me? I was about to say, we're joking, right? Why couldn't the Dow come down and trade under 361s there? Traded 365s, pretty decent bounce so far from it. Russell just traded right back up into opening print there. S&P's pretty decent little move out of lows there as well, but I don't trust it. I don't trust it at all. Gold trying to break out again there. Silver just $2 move on the day in silver. Like if you've traded silver futures contracts before, the fact that we have a $2, I mean, it's a 4% move, but the fact that we have a $2 move on the silver futures contracts is 10 grand per contract. Like it's a big move. It's a big contract. Part of me is watching this S&P NASDAQ movement. I mean, I can't really do anything with it at the moment, but I want to. That's the problem. The risk reward's a little bit skewed here though because of that bottoming tail. So it's like, even if we were to put a position on here based on 5-minute chart, it's like the stop loss is like 70 points. So, and I mean, target, yeah, technically is 300 points away. So risk reward wise, it's still 4-1. You know what I mean? Like it's still good. I'll take 4-1s pretty much all day long. It's just a matter of like, what's the probability that this ends up working? You know what I mean? Like we haven't had that. We haven't had we haven't seen the thing today that's like, okay, cool, that's the low. And we've seen something that's like, okay, yeah, this possibly could do it. It looks good, but we haven't seen like the thing just yet. And I think that's the difference between the last 2 days and today so far. Yes, similar type of action so far in terms of the pullback, which we kind of saw, yesterday initially as well. And we saw it later in like the afternoon from Monday. But I don't know if we've seen that kind of like bottom thing just yet. A couple attempts, right? But let's see if we can get a little bit more data on here and kind of start to put something together with it. Then I'm open to it still. I just want to see it break trend, which at the moment now means we got to kind of wait. Maybe Dow comes down and still gets under that 361s, so we can kind of get a little shimmy out of that. I would be very much open to that. S&P's here. Yeah, no, we certainly did. We certainly did take a lot of people's stops out. I think the key thing was that we got the divergence there out of the Dow, or out of the Russell there as well, while Dow held. Just one of the things in which I'm looking at. There's like 3 minutes left, by the way, in this raffle, the giveaway here. and only about a third of you guys have entered it so far. So let's switch it up here. Maybe some new music. Maybe that's what the market needs, a little new music. S&P is pulling back there now. NASDAQ, kind of same thing. The Dow does not seem to care, though. Looks like it wants to continue to go higher here, which is impressive to say the least. Again, I feel like I could have made the day a whole lot easier on myself and just longed the Dow. We got that little gap under the level, which is super unfortunate. So we still got about 100 points we could drop down into those 483s down there. I just don't know that I can get on board. I can't get on board with the shorts until we get down there. I'm kind of stuck. The Dow's still trying to chug a little higher here. Yeah, Dow would have solved all the problems for sure. Hindsight, it looks easy though. Like, now you just long Dow. It's such a tough. It's a tough spot. I mean, it is and it isn't. The Dow still acts like it wants to hold here. Looks like we got new lows in the Russell here now. 64.70s traded 63.60s there. S&P's holding that as well at the moment so far. NASDAQ, a little bit of a bounce. Nothing crazy at the moment, though. I can't really say that that's worth thinking that we're trying to do anything. And we're so close to 483s. The problem I have with new longs off 483s would be the fact that we've essentially done that already twice this week. And now the way in which we're coming about this would be from a relatively weak perspective if we get down there. So I'm less inclined to think that that ultimately ends up holding. It's almost better for longs if we don't get down there. It's better if we ultimately just get a trend flip here and can rally back and then look for pullbacks to long once we get the new trend going. That's probably a better scenario overall. But if we do get under 480s, then I'm open to shorts because there's a lot of room to go. I just can't do it before that. Ticks are pretty flatlined here too. I'm trading 364s on the Dow there. Yeah, I mean, at the moment, I would still, one of two things would either be under 483s in order for shorts, or we break trend, and we probably have to get up through like 669s for that, give or take. So we got 100 points we got to pop first before we can then actually start looking at taking a position, which also makes that tough, right? Let me get you settled. We traded 364s in the Dow. Yeah, S&P's trying to hold here. We popped to 580s there, 550s now. I think we're probably going to try and push down into it, so I'm just going to let it be for now. S&P's been treating you nicely, huh? Markets have been good this week. I mean, today again is today is the day that was like, maybe not going to be all that great. Yeah, no, Meta's just weak. Meta's weaker than I would like it to be. Well, actually, I take that back. I don't mind Meta going lower, bigger picture. Eval accounts, unless a payment failed to keep it active, I don't see why it would. You got to pay monthly on it, but again, personally, I just think that from a eval standpoint, I think the best objective is just to get through them. The Dow does not seem to care. It kind of looks like it wants those 528s again. New highs. Let's see what we do here when NASDAQ starts getting a little bit of this drop left. You were watching it in the mentorship? You talking about the old screenshots I had and stuff? Yeah. People really don't understand like how good they have it now compared to even just like 5 to 7 years ago. Yeah, Ninja for futures I think is the way to go. Ninja for futures. Project X I'm kind of liking too. I mean, they're comparable, I think. I mean, yeah, I have the copy trader that Apex built for Ninja. I haven't really, so I haven't tried multiple accounts on Project X yet. I've only ever just had, so far, just the one account. NASDAQ's about to get rocked. Just sitting here basing at these lows. Russell making new lows. We got plenty of room still to the downside. That's the problem. Gold still pushing. What a move in there. That was my favorite thing on the board this week, and it just had to freaking explode and never retest during regular hours. I had some silver futures at 49.22s, I think the entry was in the overnight session Sunday night. 49.22s, like $4 ago. $4 ago in silver, basically. NASDAQ making this little push here. No new lows. No new lows there. S&P is no new lows either. Russell did, however, though. Is that how we find lows on the day? I don't think so. It doesn't seem like that would be the case. Yeah, I didn't think that would be the case. We're catching some weakness in some individual names, though. I mean, Meta's weak, obviously. We talked about that. Google's weak here. Tesla's been weak. Apple's like kind of strong. Amazon's weak. AMD is strong. Microsoft kind of weak. Netflix is strong. A pretty interesting little mix of tickers here today, I feel like. Might break this 361 here now for the Dow. I don't know that if we break that and we don't hold it, that's kind of a bad thing. We just broke it. We traded 370 or 360s. It's not a good thing. Not a good thing at all. We should have traded it before. Like that last time down here, we probably should have traded it. NASDAQ getting that push down now. Oh, we're going to have to wait for under 480s. Markets could be in trouble. Markets could be in trouble. It'll be a bit of a tough short, but let me do. Go ahead and pick a winner. Hey, look at that. Look at that. A free eval account for Amy T. Amy T. I'm gonna butcher that. I'm not sure if she's still in the chat or not, but she is in the Discord, so I can reach out to her. Bro, if you did win again, then I would think that something's up. Hey, I tried. I tried my best on it. Drop me a DM on Discord and I'll get you set up. There's like 200 points worth of potential here, I think, in the Dow if we're to go back to highs. We're right back at that like 61 area. It's about a 40-point stop for like a 200-point target. It's 5-1. It'd be a little bit better if we had NASDAQ not dying, but essentially that's been the case kind of all day. So why would that matter now to some degree? I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. That's a pretty decent little, it's a pretty decent little bounce there. The question is, do we just set lows on the day just now? And that's the question here. I think it's certainly possible. Yeah, I mean, it's a similar pattern, everything like that. I don't know, like I said, I'm gonna let it do its thing and try and rally and set some sort of higher low and kind of do the whole picture if it really wants to do, if that's really what it wants to do and be on the day is the low here, then it should be able to prove something else to us. The Dow looks like it has a bit more of a chance of that being the case here. An hourly 1, 2, 3 in there wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. You'd be talking like, I don't know, that rally from there to there. We'll kind of do something like that. That could take us all the way up to like 700s. That's not a bad idea. I don't know. Could you guys see those drawings actually? Let me see. Yeah, you guys could see that. Yeah, so the idea there would be that it takes us, like I said, basically up to like 700s. I feel a little bit better about that being the low now with getting that little kind of shimmy under 361s for the Dow and everything like that. I kind of like that. If we can start to rally from here and flip trend and do all the things, then I'll look for NASDAQ longs as well. I still don't necessarily want to like fully subscribe to the idea of buying this downtrend at the moment. So I'd like to see that kind of come to an end. But at the moment, it kind of looks like that's to be the case. So Came back, traded 361s there for Dow. The problem still is like if we aren't going to, if this isn't going to be the bottom down here, then we're still just buying a downtrend if we want to step in here. Until we get something a little bit more concrete on that idea, could be a little bit rough. I am kind of looking at S&Ps though. I kind of like the idea of stepping into some S&Ps here. It's either that or you look at more NASDAQ. That bottoming tail just now down to 28s. I don't know, we're kind of losing the Dow at the same time though, so it's like, eh. I feel better if we could see Dow make a pop here. If you have a little bit of risk tolerance on the day and you want to do it, I don't think it's a bad idea. Whether you choose Dow, S&Ps, NASDAQ, I think it's kind of a pick your poison type of situation. I like the Dow for the fact that it had the strength and all this stuff earlier, but I kind of also like the underdog and like the S&Ps. Just thinking that maybe it gets a massive runaway move type of thing, right, and plays catch up. So I think it really just kind of comes down to whichever one is a personal preference here, anything. I'm going to take a little bit of Dow if we can get back over like 65s here. I would be open to doing that. Getting S&Ps up through 65s would also be a good thing, I think, here. We just traded 64.75s. So yeah, if we can get that to push, then I think we're fine. $65.50s traded there. Dow's kind of weak though. Would want to see the Dow start to participate. We popped up over 65s for a quick second there, and then now kind of coming back down. I would like to see that start to make the move, but let's move out of NASDAQ there too. Ticks are actually still negative on the moment. Like, I don't quite know how that works. we're negative on the ticks, and yet we're getting a pretty decent little push here out of markets in general. I don't exactly know how that works, but yeah. Let's see Dow start pushing. See if it can't get back up over like 400s there. Would be ideal. The Dow's weak. 342s. Oh, it just did a little shimmy under that. Okay. Okay. Just did a little shimmy under that. Yes. Now you can pop. Thank you. Okay, sweet. All right, let's go. Time for it to make a move. Empuje. Empuje. All right, nice little push here now. I feel like my brain's kind of having to like think a little bit more than I want it to at the moment. But yeah, nice move overall. S&Ps, NASDAQ, Dow's trying to start moving here. I'd like to see a little bit more effort out of the Dow. A little bit more effort out of that would be great. It's probably a pretty good spot here for the S&Ps if you took some of that. S&Ps, NASDAQ kind of like right up in this area. I don't think is a bad little first spot. Again, there's still 20 points worth of room though. That's the big thing though, is that we could essentially just rip from here straight up into like 92s, 91s. Russell's still got a little bit of room to go. Let's see if we can continue to keep pushing here. The Dow being the laggard now somehow, like what's up with that? Again, a good first target here, I think right around 71s for S&Ps if you took that. Now we look to let this thing work. My goal is to try and hold the Dow all the way. But I don't love that it's not able to kind of push up through these 48 400s just yet. Like, I need that morning strength that it had to start to come back into its life. Which is starting to look like it's not going to happen. Come on, Dow. What you doing? If I pick the wrong index, meaning that the S&P's NASDAQ make the move and like Dow doesn't, like that's certainly going to be a little bit frustrating. But there's honestly nothing I can do about that. Like we're picking the strongest index. It's up 0.68% on the day. Like I want to play into that strength. Yes, the S&P's just, did like a 10, 12 point pop. And the Dow has essentially done like a 2-point pullback from. So that part's not the greatest. But we still got faith. We got faith in the Dow. It wants to do it. It does. We just have to remind it and give it positive words of encouragement that it can do it. Russell here is trying to kind of show that it's interested in something there. Yeah, I took the Dow based on the divergence, but also the fact that it had this kind of 361, that little pullback there this morning right here, and just kind of basing that on like a little bit of a shimmy. At the moment, everything else is outperforming it. Russell, S&Ps, NASDAQ, all the other indices have decided that they're taking its strength for the moment. but it will fight on. It will prevail. It just needs to push. Just empuje. I think it's got room, like I said, to 528s, and then from there, I think it has room to like 700s. We kind of did the little backhanded math earlier on essentially where we think it could go, and at the moment, I think that's a real possibility. So I'm going to let the position work. We've got a pretty decent entry risk reward wise. We're looking pretty solid here. So I'm okay with it. Here, I think I can actually punch this in and you guys can see it on the chart. We'll see if that works. Oh, 48 360s, 48 310s. Take profit is 48 700s. And we'll go like something like that. Oh, I guess I got to show it. Apply. So yeah, I mean, from a total risk reward standpoint, it's like 6.8 to 1. So yes, we're risking about 50 points on the trade, but we're also looking at a target that's like 350 points away. So, and if we're just going to first targets there at 48 530s, let's call it, then we're talking for that, it's a 3.4 risk reward ratio. Now, again, I think there's the possibility we can make a nice push to 48 700s. Someone earlier mentioned 680s. I don't really know where that number comes from. We're obviously at this point new all-time highs and kind of the whole thing. So anyways, that's just where I think we can probably go to. We'll see. It looked good just a minute ago and then came right back down. So who knows? NASDAQ pulling back a little bit here now too. This would technically be this would be the area for us to reject from if we're gonna essentially look to sell. Again, I think you should have a little bit of profit. If you took anything, I think you should have a little bit of profits out. S&P's into 71s was a good area. So far, those highs are like 72s and change. Not bad so far. Pull back to 66s. Again, it's tough. We're still technically fighting the downtrend at the moment. Like, we haven't broken that. The only thing in which is technically has a trend on the day is the Dow, or an uptrend, I should say. And again, that was the reason in which I was looking more for the Dow than I was S&Ps and NASDAQ, even though they could have a phenomenal catch-up rally and it would be kind of glorious, but the risk that that stops is obviously a lot greater. So there is that. Silver and gold move is crazy. We'll just let the Dow do its thing, though. I mean, we could get a little fancy with it and try and buy a pullback here in S&Ps and NASDAQ. But again, I think the risk reward there is obviously great. Like if we're going to make the move up to freaking 25,900s, all the things, risk reward is great. It's just the risk part and the probability of that working is the part that I don't love. Man, you know what I do love though? I do love some freaking pancakes. And I get to go to a charity, like all you can eat pancake thing tonight. So, your boy might be skipping lunch. And we're going to try and crush some pancakes tonight. It's for charity, so they like the calories don't count, I don't think. So, it's all good. It's for a good cause. See, that's exactly how it works. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. It's universally accepted as a thing, right? However, it it'd be pretty great if Dow went to 25. Like I'm doing it for the kids. Like I'm going to the charity thing. I could bring a couple extra things. We get down to 48 700s. That's like $300, 300 points. That's like $1,500 a contract. Like we could get a couple more pancakes, help the kids out. If anybody up there is listening, the trading gods, I can probably stack a couple more pancakes on the plate. If you help me out, get down to 48 700s. This one could be one of those ones that ends up taking a while. Like starting to see how this is developing across the board on different time frames, and it's like we're either gonna get stopped here in like the next probably like 10 or 15 minutes, or it's gonna end up taking all day. What's up, Osborne? NASDAQ coming back down. We're gonna raise this up. We need the Dow to go higher, so we're gonna raise the desk up. I'm gonna stand up here for a little bit. Yeah, I'm kind of watching to see if we get new lows in NASDAQ. Do something like what we did the past couple days. This honestly looks very, very close to yesterday's little kind of snafu thing that happened inside of like 10 or 15 minutes. Like I said, though, we're going to know we're going to get stopped out in the next 10 or 15 minutes. and then, or we're gonna rally. I don't know which, or I mean, it's gonna take all day. One of the two. Russell. It's tough to fade that trend though. S&P's new lows. Green candles do look a little better. Especially when you're long. Okay, so you're the one that we blame. You are the one we blame. For the pain and angst that we're going through on our current long. I kind of want a long Russell, but I don't really want to at the same time. Is this what? Is this how we set lows? Like, I just don't. I don't love it. Oh, breakfast at any time of the day, it always slaps. Always. This looks, I mean, damn near identical to yesterday. Like it was right around 11:30, same thing. It looks super, super similar. I just don't know if it. I don't know if it can happen 3 days in a row. I might be pressing a little bit of luck there. I did say I wanted along the Russell there. Nice little bounce on that so far. Might. Do I want to do that? So I might add to my Dow position, but I don't really know that I want to do that either. I don't trust the NASDAQ. Don't trust the S&Ps here. I don't know. This whole move is a little bit funky to me, I think, at the moment. I obviously still have my Dow position on because we didn't stop or do anything just yet, but what'd you have, Osborne? What's your breakfast of choice? Bacon, egg, and cheese tacos? That's wild. I didn't know that tacos were breakfast. But hey, I guess. I mean, technically, you got bacon and egg in there. I bet they were pretty fire, though. Oh, yeah? All right. All right. I'm down to try them. Try anything once, right? That's what they say. Can't knock it till you try it. Corned beef hash. That's not going to be my first choice or my second. It's probably not on my list, honestly. Man, I just feel like there's so many other, like hash browns for sure. Hash browns, obviously. Yeah, no, actually, I will say that the corned beef and rice type dish. Um, my dad's new wife lady makes some of that, and it's actually, it's. I'll admit, it's actually good. I wanted to shit on it so bad the first time that she made it, and it turned out it was actually okay. So maybe the corned beef hash for a breakfast item. Maybe it's okay. But yeah, the corned beef and rice, it's actually pretty good. Nice little Dow pop there now. Uh, Nasdaq here, a little 2 minute trying to figure itself out, but Dow comes right back down. Oh shit. We have had the first human AI marriage. A Japanese woman has married her AI boyfriend. How's that work for divorce? I think you divorce your AI husband, I guess, at that point. They get like half your shit. Well, like how? How does that even make sense? That's what I'm saying. Tom Brady cloned his dog? Excuse me? Find out it's BlackRock's AI. Just out here catfishing a whole bunch of people to get some free shit. Oh, that's a genius business model. That's so bad. I want half your Pokemon collection. Oh, shit. Yo, that's actually. Someone's going to do that. Someone's legit going to create an AI and freaking target. Oh, man, that's highly unfortunate. I gotta stop while I'm ahead on that one. Can we create an AI that has money? And you just. Oh, that's an interesting take. Divorce the AI that's owned by Meta or OpenAI and sue for half their shit? Man, like, where did we go wrong? Like, where did we go wrong in society that now we're having freaking marriages with robots? Like, I don't get it. Like, never mind. I don't think I should say the things that I think I was gonna say. That's what I'm saying. It's not even a physical robot, which is a whole different thing. That's a whole different level of I don't even know what the word is. We got like bestiality. Is this like robotality? Like what do we call that? We need a word for it. Robotalist. E. Never mind. I think there's a lot of people to blame. There's certainly a lot of people to blame. Let's talk about them pancakes and this charity and see if we can't get the Dow to maybe make the rally so we can buy some more Christmas presents for these kids at 48 700s. I should just go to 50,000. Honestly, I think that's probably where we go by end of year. It's not, I mean, it's not that far away, realistically. And the Dow pretty much made a bold statement this week with the move in which it had. Yeah, 7,000. I mean, we're not that far off at the moment. 170 points. We've essentially we bounced 200 points out of Friday's lows. So 170 points really isn't much. Which is really, really like for this to make the move. And by this, I mean the Dow. NASDAQ kind of looks like it's going to go for those lows one more time. I'm getting tired of holding on to it, though. It's been up or down like 50 points, 40, 50 points each way. They're working on getting that account for you, by the way. Derivator. Dur. S&Ps. I kind of wanted to add a little position on in there, but I didn't really know whether NASDAQ was going to come down and get those lows again or not. This gold move is nuts. Any kind of pullback we can get in silver. 53.61.50's up there. We might have to buy pullbacks in the overnight session in the metals. I really thought that we might come back down to get 40.50s, but no go on that. Use that to double. All right, nice move so far in the Dow. This is the thing which we want to see. Like, we want to see this start to kind of regain its trend. Ideally, we can start to push up through like 435s, 450s, start pushing through there would be kind of the next spot in which I would like to see this thing move through. The price action so far now is looking pretty good. We came down, we got a little retest of that 316s from right over in there. We did come down basically right to it. I mean, we ticked it 316s exactly again. We did get new lows there when that happened for NASDAQ. So there was a re-entry there for some sort of longs. I didn't add to the position though. So we're just going to keep what we have on. And the Dow is not a small position like the initial NASDAQ trade from earlier today. So yeah, I mean, I'd like to see this thing get another 300 points out of her and go 48.7 hundo. It's already broke. Everything it touches just goes up in smoke. I'm still not entirely convinced between S&Ps and NASDAQ that we're done going lower yet. I don't know. I don't know if I fully trust their situation at the moment. And if you notice, like we initially we were trying NASDAQ positions this morning, right? Well, we tried S&Ps initially because I had the first divergence. And then we tried a NASDAQ position, which was a good, I think a good spot. I mean, everything was there. We had good risk reward ratio, like everything was there. And then we've kind of moved that over to the Dow, which was, we had to wait for pullbacks in there, right? It had the strength, it had all the things. We just ultimately needed to wait for the timing from a pullback standpoint. Does it work? Does it not? I don't know yet. That's the unknown here. I just dropped a poll in there. See if that works. I just want to try it. I think it's exclamation vote higher or lower. So exclamation vote. I don't know if that works or not. Let me see. I think it has to have a space in there. Huh. How do we get it to work? Oh, wait. One of them worked. Oh yeah, so it's the space. So don't add the little thingy in there, the little Pac-Man. Just straight up exclamation vote space higher or lower. Yeah, so it won't necessarily tell you guys when. I don't think it'll tell you what the results are yet, but I can see them on this side. So I'm just gonna let it run for a minute. Just drop a couple more in there, and then I'll close it and see if it'll like give it to us. I don't know how it works. I'm learning as we go too. You just type in exclamation vote space lower or higher, and it just basically puts in a poll like where everybody thinks market's going to go, or where will markets finish, higher or lower from here. Blame me, baby, I blame you. Make this kind of mess up by myself. Netflix has been rallying here this week so far too. Pretty decent little move. Still got 1150s above to work through. Individual names though have been still just trash overall. I'm just playing around with like the back end of all these different things that we can kind of do. Because I mean, we got the giveaways. We can do polls. I think there's an option for like merch that we can do a merch store like right through the thing too. I'm not entirely positive, but I'm pretty sure that we can do that. What do you guys think so far of the streams the past couple of days? Solid W. Always love the extra perspective. Nice. Chill stream so far. Sweet. Love the streams. Nice. Always trying to get better and learn. Yeah, for sure. I agree with that. Dow traded up there to 439s. Pulled back some there. I don't know, S&Ps. The Russell's kind of rolling over here. Brings you solace knowing the levels are on point. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the thing is like, that's only part of the battle, I guess, if you will, right? Is like, yeah, you can get the levels, which at the moment for today, the only real level that's traded technically was the Dow, but it opened beneath it, right? So it's like knowing levels is for sure one piece of it, but then knowing what to do from levels or from a divergence or, you know, et cetera, like what it is you're looking for in order to happen, like that I think is even more important, right? Is just because you know levels doesn't necessarily mean that which part of that is once you know levels, then understanding trend a bit more as to why specific levels do specific things, or you would expect them to do specific things. So yeah, I think that's just a piece of it for sure. But having those essentially concrete is not going to hurt you by any means. Wish I didn't, but I do. That's with you. Yeah, sweet. He said 100% your mentorship honed that for me. I love to hear that, man. I appreciate it. Has anybody not taken the mentorship, just out of curiosity? He said I took it twice. Cold shoulder, closing time. You unfortunately never have. Why not? Just curious. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. He had a good teacher too, huh? But I do. Yeah, Zach too. So Zach actually, um, this was before Jake had ever started. Jake and Zach knew each other before that from somewhere else. And after Jake took the mentorship, then he told Zach to take it. Oh, is that where they knew each other from? Okay, yeah. I was in the middle of a course and ditched it. Nice. If you've never tried the mentorship, sign up. It helped me a lot to understand levels, trend, read charts better, and how to plan for the trade. Only mentorship you ever took was mine. Oh, sweet. That was the only one you needed, huh? That's actually kind of dope. Where's my mouse pad? They're on the way. They're on the way. A couple people already got them. Oh yeah. There's been a number of people that have taken his and then taken mine for sure. Mailman stole his mouse pad. He said, "You trade too good. You don't need it." Mailman needed it. Amy got hers the other day. Joe got his. No 10-hour trades yet. It's coming. It's coming. No, so there is a someone dropped it in the mentorship chat. I think it was maybe Mamba dropped the trading view code in the mentorship chat for the divergence, but it's not quite right. There's a little bit of data you can't get on TradingView for it. So, but I mean, again, toss is free. So just load it up and throw it on there and make a 4 grid and just stick it over in the corner or something. Would be what I would say to do. How do we get mouse pads? I did a mouse pad thing like the other month. I was gonna say the other week, but it was like the other month, and I had like, I don't know, 20 couple of them like left. I had a box of them sitting there, so I just did like free shipping and included like a free month in the Discord, free Apex accounts. Someone's getting a mentorship. I just packed them all up and then printing out stickers and randomly put them on there. A desk pad. I thought about that because like I mainly use my mouse pad when I'm like either sitting at the on the couch with a laptop, just because I don't personally like the trackpads on a laptop. So I just bring my wireless mouse and mouse pad. Just like set it up on the corner of the couch on the armchair, whatever, armrest. But yeah, I use a desk pad at my desk. So I did think about that. I just don't know like how many people would really be interested in them. A 4-foot desk pad? How big is your desk, dog? Holy shit. I think my desk is, I guess my desk is 6 foot, right? Yeah, we could probably do something like that. I don't know if the same company that I got the mouse pads from makes desk pads or not. I can hit them up. We're definitely working on some things, though. We're definitely working on some things. Vacation was nice. I got to like kind of sit back and relax and unwind for a little bit, put some thoughts and things down on paper, kind of take a look around the industry and see what people are doing, what people aren't doing, like the direction that I think some things are potentially headed in and stuff like that. So it was good from that standpoint, just to kind of detach a little bit. But yeah, I'm excited for some things to kind of come together. I'd also be really excited if the Dow would just go to 48,700s, but yeah, I've seen a lot of the in-house, like in-person stuff lately. I think Max Options is running one in Florida, it seems like Apex is hosting a lot of them, or at least sponsoring them. Obviously, Jay Dunn, he has an office space out there. Andrew Diaz has been running those same things for a while, the in-persons. So yeah, those seem to be. It's kind of crazy because it kind of comes in waves. Like there's some people that just like legitimately have not changed what they, like what they've done for the last like 15, 20 years. Like some of the old heads are still doing webinars. They're still doing legitimately the exact same things that they were doing like, a decade ago. And it still works. Dude, you can't learn how to trade in 3 days. Those challenges, I mean, TJR just ran one, the 3-day event. I've seen a couple of those too. A weekend retreat would be nice. The question is like, what's the cost? You know what I mean? Like what would you pay for like I don't know, like a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, fly out Monday type of thing. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So 3 nights in 3 days. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then leave Monday at some point. I don't typically like flying on Sundays. And like, is it just a retreat to kind of hang out, or is it like people want like a structured like education, or just like an open Q&A, like chart review, no set schedule, just kind of wing it? I've seen some people do it, and they'll go to like, I don't know, like Bali, Thailand, whatever. Everybody stays in a big house. Like it comes with the housing, all that kind of stuff. You stay in a big house. I've seen that before too. But if you're gonna do that, you kind of want it during like market hours. You know what I mean? To be able to trade, I think, together, I would assume. Netflix is making a big move. Let's see what this says. Higher was the most voted on. Tomfoolery and steaks at night. See, I'm down for that. I'm down for the steaks part for sure. See, I also kind of want to like, I did think about this too, and it's only just out of my own personal like kind of want, is I would love to do an eating contest. I'd love to do it like a straight up steak eating contest with members and just see who can crush the absolute most. That I think would be fun. And I also want to participate. So, again, it's more for me, if I'm being honest. Like I legitimately don't think that anyone can beat me, and that's part of the thing in which I want to find out. Yeah, see, like 16 to 20 ounces, like that's just getting started. Like that's the appetizer. If it was an option to eat the bone, I probably would have. I've always been told I should go do those like eating contests. I just don't. I mean, like, who wants to go slam like 20 hot dogs? Like, yeah, I'm gonna try it for pancakes tonight. I think the record. I think someone said the record was like 35 pancakes or something at the event for tonight. Now I don't know if those are like the big pancakes that are like the size of your face, or we're talking just like the little like freaking Coke bottle size around little mini pancakes. Because if it's 35 of those, like that's a wrap. If it's 35 of the big ones. That's some competition. You don't know. We'll find out though. We will find out. If this Dow could move, holy shnikes. That's what I'm saying. S&P is starting to look pretty decent. NASDAQ trying to get a little bit of a rally going here. I think we finally, knock on wood, I think we're trying to get started with a little something here. It's certainly possible. Like 300 points from here. Oh, I mean, overnight highs too are up there like 830s, right? So it wouldn't be out of the cards, I don't think. Like I said, I kind of like the S&Ps. If it doesn't happen today, it's certainly possible tomorrow that we see those 69.44s up there. At the moment, though, the only thing that really would make me happy is 48.700s for Dow. The rest of it, I don't necessarily care about at the moment. You think if we didn't trade the daily 1, 2, 3 overnight, it could have happened today? You talking about NASDAQ? Get this out of here. Yeah, I mean, it should have happened from like 669s this morning, right? Like when we got that pullback, like in that general area somewhere is probably where that should have held and stopped and then kind of started to do the thing. So the overnight move, I don't necessarily think like played a big role in the selling pressure this morning. Just because we really didn't, we didn't touch anything. Like we didn't do anything. It's not like we went to 25,900s and then came back and opened at 25,750s or something. That I think would have been a bigger impact and a more of a decision in the process of like, if this does start to fail, it could get a little bit uglier quicker type of thing. And yeah, could be someone. I could be someone. We got 100+ points in the Dow now. Just now noticed that. Anybody rocking the Dow position with me, or like what do y'all got on? We're just kind of hanging out. It's been taking forever. Nice. Let's go, Braylor. You got one YM left. You got some NASDAQ longs. Okay. On the treadmill thinking about steaks and pancakes. Hey, that's how you get to eat more steaks and pancakes. Just keep on walking. Burn a couple calories and be good to go. Hanging out watching me make money. Appreciate that, Nick. What'd you mark out? Let's see what MMM. I honestly really like the weekly chart in there. This level is obviously old. I haven't looked at this chart in forever, but yeah, honestly, I think it looks good. I like the weekly. I don't at this point. I don't think the hourly in there matters per se. I just like the chart in general. I think this is in the Dow too, right? Let me see something. 3M. Yeah, it's in the Dow. Yeah, so fucking send it to 200. A full portrait. It looks great. Not financial advice, but you should mortgage your house and buy as much as you can. And get the Dow to 48,700s in the process. But yeah, no, I like it. I like it. Life savings, perfect. Better since you gotta go. Like I do. Is this dude getting done? What in the actual... Well, this dude's getting... He's getting tatted. But for his hair. Man, I looked up hobby horsing to find a video yesterday for my son. And now I feel like my algorithm is a little bit different than I'd like for it to be. You know, they have like competitions for that. Like actual hobby horse competition. Like you pretend like you're riding the freaking hobby horse thing and you run around and jump and trot like a horse. I mean, no offense to anybody that does it. I just was not prepared to have that on my on my For You page now. It's so funny. I feel like some of them make fun of themselves because it'll be like their video will say like something like, all my training over the years comes down to these final like 3 minutes or whatever it is. So I feel like some of them just kind of play off of it a little bit. But I've watched more hobby horsing videos over the last 2 days than I feel like is safe. But yeah. I don't know if you have to nay or not. That'd be kind of. I take points off if you don't or something. All right, Dow. Do your thing. Do your thing. Let's go. 5-minute chart's looking good. Everything is pretty solid across the board. You know what I need? I need like a zero gravity chair that I can recline. I need that thing that workstation that I looked at before, because that does it. Now that I'm thinking about that, I feel like that's what I should do. I don't even know where that picture would be. See if I can find it. I almost think this might have to be. MWE Labs. See if they still have it. Oh, they still do. Well, I feel like I should have to do this again. I think this would be sick, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I shine like gold. I'm all indigo. How's the market going to do that? I don't understand. We're looking so good. I don't understand. I dropped those pictures in the MLT chat and Discord, though. That's like their old model, but from the graphics they gave me back in the day, I feel like that might be a move, actually. It kind of goes hard. I don't know. Anyways, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back for a second. I'm gonna go grab some lunch. I did say I was gonna skip lunch, but then the wife made some lunch and it's ready. So I'm gonna go eat, and then I set some alerts and stuff for highs and things like that. See if see if markets want to move. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go do that, and then I'll come back and check and see kind of where we're at. I'll leave the stream up if anybody wants to hang out. I'm just gonna be managing this position until we close it, do whatever. Like I said, I'd like to see us push and go ahead and get those highs and a little bit through it at the moment. If we can, that'd be great. See something here. Just do some quick math, make sure everything is good. Yeah, like 580s would be a nice little push there, I think. Up towards 700s. I think that's the key. But yeah, it looks like we might have the S&Ps and NASDAQ kind of working into that uptrend and stuff now as well. So yeah, we got a little pullback just now on the Dow, but I think if we can continue the trend, I think we'll be okay with that. So yeah, I'm going to go for the larger move here and see if we can't get like that 6R trade out of this thing. I think that's the goal. So yeah. Anyways, I'll be back in just a little bit. I'm gonna go eat and then and yeah, we'll keep it running from there. So appreciate you guys. If you need me, just tag me in Discord or something. I'll see that before I'll see any like YouTube messages or whatever. But yeah, appreciate you guys. I'll be back in a bit. Peace.